again. Let me click it again and see what happens. Redirecting. Okay. They should be up now. I don't know what happened. I saw it go to do it, but then what have you. All right. So you should see them there now. So I was talking about how the put strike came up yesterday and the call strike came down, and now at yesterday's little update, they moved up together. This one moved up, I think, about 40 strikes, and this one moved up close to about the same. Anyway, so look, 7,800 was touched yesterday in the green room. We were talking that usually these whole numbers, as prices come up to them, these whole numbers or strikes with large open interest, prices tend to peak above that a little bit and then come in, and that, that's what happened. It's just, with the usual, that's what usually happens. But if they go sideways there for a while, where that interaction, where that uncertainty is what they can get through it, then there's a tendency for it to continue that movement through it. And sometimes it could be explosive. So we'll be watching for that today to see if this can have some follow through to the upside. So it looks good. Overall, moved up very strongly from this point. It consolidated, and we had a little continuation. So the theme of the slide that said this pattern better not fail, it's common sense. When you have a pattern that creates a bias of the majority, in this case, it's going up and it should continue to go up. Now, we know there are people that just like to bang their heads against the wall and fight what is and make predictions. Sometimes they get it right. They're heroes. But anyway, I just look at it like this is what it is. This is what's going on. Is it a little extended? Yes. Is it supposed to be extended? We talked about this in the green room a little bit. I think it was yesterday or the day before. Extension from the 20. When is it supposed to be extended from the 20? Because that's just one concept. It's supposed to be extended from the 20 when it comes out of a consolidation. Now, this was a whippy consolidation. It's not your ideal scenario where it's a tight consolidation, like here on the 60-minute chart, where it's relatively tight. I don't know what the 20 is. I suspect it's around here, regardless. You know what I'm talking about. And now it gets extended. It's supposed to be extended. So after momentum moves, it's supposed to be extended. Now, that tells you, you know what? Don't chase. Doesn't mean it can't go higher. Don't chase. Wait for a pattern to develop, like this little square thing. And red bar is ignored. And now it breaks out. Now, common sense. If it breaks down below here within the next day or two, something went terribly wrong. Common sense. It rested, bullish move up. It's supposed to keep going up. Maybe today is going to be a sit on your hands day. Sometimes, narrow range day. That's possible. None of us know what's going to happen, but we have a bias that this should continue to go up. And that's it, period. All right, let's look at other markets. Qs pushed up above resistance. We can now get rid of this red band, and I'll move it up into this area here and make it a little bit wider, a little wider. Not to think it's got to stop right there. No, this pattern, moving up as it did, a little mini breakout, should continue to move higher up into this area and maybe make new all-time highs. Right? There's a lot of swings up there, pivots that have never been tested fully. So the first time they get tested, especially if this was to go up 2 days in a row or 3 days in a row to get up there, there'd be a greater stall. More common sense. More common sense. All right. So when you think about different methods, like whether it's Elliott wave or GANs or Ichikumi clouds and all of this stuff, just put MTS in the group of common sense. Right? That you don't need a PhD. You just need to have common sense and a methodology to follow what is. Right? So this is predicting the future. The current information predicts the future. Right? The art of it is knowing how to read it. It's not complicated. And like I said, it better not go down below here. More common sense. Right? All right. So IWM, a little bit of a disappointment yesterday, meaning, look, here's a large resting period, the same, and it moved up and then it just faltered. It ran up first thing in the morning, looked great, you know, and that's the latter part of the day. It just kind of whipped up and whipped down. And then, this was like, okay, it's just resting near the high as it should go higher because of the daily chart. And then it didn't. And why didn't it do? Why did it come down like that? Because expectations were dashed. We know what traders were thinking based on the chart. And then when it didn't happen, they said, screw this. Let me go where the love is with the semiconductors and the memory stocks. And they dumped this for the day, and we'll see if they come back now, since this isn't an uptrend and it's up, kind of unchanged on the day. A lot of doing nothing there too. Let's take a little peek at the futures. So the Dow, right? This thing hasn't been able to get out of its own way. And yesterday it tried going up for a little while, right? Here in the morning, and had this bottoming tail bar. Those of you in the room know how I screwed that one up, answering the door, but my stop got tagged anyway. So there was a nice setup, wide range bar up, wide range bottoming tail bar, buy stop in, boom, profitable right away. Okay, should be okay. Stop is in. And it just fell apart and went down. And so now, the Dow is in an area where buyers should step in. They're just not doing it yet. So we're waiting. It's not doing anything here today. We'll just have to see if maybe today's the turnaround day where this plays some catch up. So that has a strong move as well. I'll just go through these quickly since we already looked at it. It's the same thing. Futures not doing much of anything. And there's the NQs. They got room to go up. A little rejection there. 5-minute chart on a break to a new high. These instruments, these futures, E-mini contracts, or even if you're trading the leverage, they have a tendency not to be very nice to breakout strategies. Not that you can't trade them, but you better give them ample room. Because breakouts tend to get sold. So now that buyers should begin to step in right around here, that bottoming tail bar. The spider chart, yeah, we looked at it already. I guess it wasn't up. There you go. Well, that's coming back in unchanged so far. And if you missed SPX, I captured it. I can post it in there for you if you wanted to capture it. There's the chart. In the groups. Got a little behind things this morning. Post it there and there. So they have it. All right. Bitcoin still doing nothing. What the hell? No interest. I'm not sure what this is going to do. The trading range continues. It's in a downtrend on the 60-minute. This is going sideways. Clearly, the enthusiasm that was over here for it going higher has dissipated, and we'll see what happens. Gold, it's resting. So we had a little discussion about 5-minute charts versus higher time frames and shakeout patterns on smaller time frames in alignment or misalignment with higher time frames. So we got a lot of lessons in the green room. Those of you on social media, you don't know what you're missing, for $7 or a 2-for-1 offer to be here. I don't know what you guys are doing during the day, but spending a little time in there, asking questions, listening, you'll learn a lot. All right. So this is consolidating the gain. Pretty simple. We're waiting to see. Odds are it's going to go higher. I base that opinion on the explosive move up that you can see on the weekly chart. Silver, there's a nice little consolidation. Big move up, little to nothing to the left. Maybe it's not a complete flag pattern yet. Probably maybe needs a few more bars. But if it takes out these highs, I think that triggers buyers coming in. I would imagine GBTC looks lower with Bitcoin looking the way it does. And so that brings up an interesting discussion, Robert. We're long this. And what do you do with a situation like that? Sometimes you kill something that hasn't hit your stop yet, and it turns around and it goes up, and you're like, why did I do that? And other times, you get out early, and it's like, man, am I glad I got out of that dog? And that question came up yesterday in a stock that wasn't moving. Someone in the room had asked, and I was like, I really don't know, because it really hasn't failed yet. Like, this really hasn't failed yet. And so maybe it could work out, but that uncertainty, I do, the middle decision, kill half of it, kill half, right? Get out of half. It's about getting back in your comfort level, because when you're looking at something that's not working, you're not, your confidence level goes away. And at that point, it's like, what do I do? And so, it's like, let me make an extreme analogy: life or death. What do you choose, life or death? Right? Because it's like, if it doesn't work, you're going to, and it goes up, you got out, you're going to hate it. And an all or nothing thing versus saying, you know what? I don't know. I'm killing half of it. And if it gets out, I protected my account. And you know what? If it goes back up and forms a pattern, I just buy it again. I put it back on. Interest rates are pushing up a little bit. That put a little bit of pressure on the markets. Really not doing much of anything. I mean, as far as markets go, putting any real pressure. Looking around here a little bit. We had a big discussion on SpaceX, and I recorded that and I put it in the community. So those of you that haven't joined the community yet, do yourself a favor. It doesn't cost you anything. And there's videos there, and there's different things to learn from. And there'll be more in the future. And you know what? You can post comments, which some have done, and it's great, because we love it when people give us some feedback, especially those in the green room. When you joined the green room, you didn't give in a little thing of masking tape to put over your mouth. You know what I mean? Anyway. All right. So this is down a little bit. It's consolidating. It had a nice move up. I'm going to hand it over to Dan in 1 second. You got the point here. Not much going on. Just whatever. The DRAM memory stocks did great. They look like they're going to go higher. You see they're down a little bit. No, they're kind of unchanged, but so it's kind of a mixed open. We'll see how it sets up. Just a peek at financials. They're not doing much of anything either, so it might be a boring day. I'm done.
Happy zero DTE Friday. I posted a couple things of interest on the Telegram already. So this one, HII is, it was in the news, because Trump. Yeah, I saw in the journal, which is why it's up, he wants to go change the catapult system on aircraft carriers. And then he's back in the news again about he putting his name on Kennedy Center. Like, man, this guy just gets involved in so much stuff. It's unbelievable. But so this is a shipbuilder, HII. And that's a bull rectangle. It's gapping up, bullish weekly, bullish monthly. So we just got to watch it in the first hour and see if we can get set up. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday, or you did. And I said, well, do you remember? I remember exactly what I said. I said it's a bear gap that bullies, and let's see what it does here at 15-minute resistance. And had you been doing that right around 2:30, you should have said, hey, Dan, what do you think right now? And I would say, good job, perfect. You got your entry there. So bear gap that bullies. And this is exactly what I want to see, that they don't retrace much. So, yeah. Circle. Yeah, we had a nice put spread on that, but it had a nice close, still has room. It could slowly make its way up to that declining 200, which would be over here somewhere. I'll look at it for another put spread. So, yeah, I agree with Greg. This Q's looks the best. Look at that 15-minute chart closing breakout. This pattern says that's going to go through this pivot and go up to the next one. So my target would be somewhere 740 to 745. So that's the best looking one today. Alarms ETS, we're short this thing, and it's not doing anything. I think it's close to its stop, so I said move it 10-minute high. Wilk, I mentioned yesterday, bull rectangle, bull end of day base, so that's a go over the high, over 80 or whatever. This is over 81. That's a go. The next breakout, daily, weekly, monthly. I'm watching that. Ideally, we get a 1, 2, 3, 4. This sector, Trump, the drones sector, Trump is, doing some tariffs, so that is helping the local companies here. So that's the sector. Do y'all remember in the green room, I said, let's watch this for a breakdown failure? And look at that. Just, I mean, that's a big, yeah. That's a nice close at resistance. So we never entered it, but our, we always look for possibilities and set an alarm, and if the patterns create traps. All right, gap in the 200, no pattern, but that's a big run from 140. And it's a climb over here pre-market. I actually will look at that for a 0 DTE pulse spread. Let me see if they have weeklies. Yeah, I got weeklies, so we just gotta wait 5 minutes and see if there's a pattern and if the spreads are tight. Pro bottoming pattern. Yeah, these are all some drone things, so I'll keep that one on the list. Pro. ONDS. Bottoming pattern, it needs to chop around. I'm not gonna watch it. RCAT, gapping up, no pattern. UMAC. That's a sloppy bull rectangle, gapping at 3160, which would be near the target, so no interest. There's HII, LRCX, so what's earnings? So this one, it needs to hold right here because it's like 50% into this. But if this can take out a 30-minute high, then I like it. You got the buy set up weekly. There's been a lot of patterns like this week, and then the question has become, what does the resistance void look like to the left? So this one's more of a put spread. You got this junk over here. Tesla. Sure. Yeah, somebody mentioned that yesterday, I think. Yeah, that's a power uptrend on the 15. That'd be a good 0 DT here. Sure. 335s. Look. $335, 95 by 98. Now you're obviously not going to get that because the stock gapped up and the overnight vol contraction. But yes, that's a tier 1 watch for a 0 DT here. Reddit's getting added to the S&P 500, big old gap, but let's watch for put spread. Tyson, and then been in the news with their salmonella gapping up here. They were selling a company or something or other. There's horrible quality directional, but put spread, there was no juice. So forget about him. ESI. That's a nice bottoming pattern, John. Inverse head and shoulders. I will set an alarm 3920. Or 3915 actually. Isn't it amazing? Markets at all-time highs. And how many bottoming patterns we've been talking about? Look at this. I mean, there's so many like this. And the Qs, spiders, IWM at all-time highs. So that begs the question again of breadth and leadership. All right, let's go to earnings here. I deleted some already. AMAT, so these are earnings. I said yesterday, over today's high, it's a long, but the odds of that happening now with the gap down, that's a bearish gap. That's more of a call spread. So let's watch that for a call spread idea. That's a bearish gap. This one, it's an 8. I like the consolidation. And this is a good example of how the weekly compresses the data of that. See, so that's a bull rectangle. And below 415, see, but there's no entry. It's the problem. It's now, I think I looked yesterday for puts, and there was no 14s and the 12.5s have nothing. Glob, bearish gap, maybe call spread, but it's rallying here now. That's an ugly death trend. Look, that's a quality downtrend. Look at that. There's not even 2 green bars in a row other than here. That is a nasty gap. Look at that, almost 100%. Go through my alarms. STM. I didn't remember having an alarm on that. But that's a bottoming pattern. And yesterday's tail was real, so it needs to settle down. ALKT, Sam, are you going to take a bow? Wow, IWMs. Off to an ugly start here.
UNH is weak. Maybe there's a call spread in that. Take a quick look.
I mean, he's usually very spreading though, particularly in the first 5 minutes, so. Greg, your RDW alarm.
It's inching up to that high again. They knock this thing down and it comes back like, you know, kick to the dirt and it comes back. It's gonna go. Now we have a drone watching you, Thomas, to see if you log in there to watch that thing, because otherwise the drone's going to drop some things on your head that are going to be unpleasant.
All right, this hourly chart looks fantastic, but I'm just gonna sell some of the strength here because we have a full lot.
Nvidia's moving up.
And so that's relative strength. This SMH is down.
Watch DRAM to see if it can negate this 5-minute bar. I don't know about buying this one at the gap fill, but
Yeah, UNH. Yeah, that's a headache.
YM came back again. Got bought at the pivot line. Diamonds. Gotta settle down.
TRGP, one of you all mentioned yesterday, my alarm went off, but it's an early alarm. I will reset it up 270 spot 70. This is one though I think I would want to close and breakout. I would not buy a breakout. RDW and CLH up alarm, good. Now we can move it break even.
Too early to tell, but gold might be forming a continuation pattern. There's something I noticed yesterday. These leveraged ETFs based on the stocks that move, like in NVIDIA, like some of them they trade decent volume, but this NVIDIA one has a wider spread than the regular stock. Meaning NVIDIA, you see what's pricing at $226. This one's like a little less than $100 less. But it's got double widespread for a less expensive stock.
And has a double wide if you need any input. All right, we're trailing out of this form, but we have a beautiful game. Yeah, we only had a third left, so that nice trade on that. One, 30, 38. Based on the action that I'm seeing here in the first 7 minutes, I think that's gonna be a go nowhere day. Graham alarm. I sold. What did I do? Yeah, I got naked puts on this. Oh, I have a 0 DTE or and 7 week 7 day. Yeah, that I gave the room. Oh, Tesla, I forgot about. Who was watching a put spread for me? Tesla. What did I say? 330s. There's going to be no juice. Let me try 332s. 7 cents. So there's nothing unless you went out the next week. But there's big old void. Oh, that's continuation pattern. A little minor 180. I say Google ripping here on the 15. Hey, that's trying to make a turn. I said trying because it's these are pretty much inside bars on the bottom 50%, but it's a crazy looking buy setup and it's trying to make a turn. Hey, bottom right there, HII pulling in. Let's watch that. And my LRCX. Y'all gotta help me watch some of these. All right, Guggenheimer 0 DTE. I would do 342. $0.17, so nothing there. TRGP alarm again. Nah, still too early. I ain't doing it. I'll reset the alarm again. 272. All right, this HII, bottom right. I thought the gap was bigger, actually. I was wrong.
Open span above yesterday's high.
What the heck?
OXTN.
Netflix. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's right there. Ideally, you get one more inside bar, Thomas, but yeah, that would also be a zero DTE. 77's 12 cents. Man, all three of these I looked, they over the premiums are not even more than 20 cents. Yeah, if it closes like this, I'll put it in the letter. I like it. I like that. Um, if that's a something bar on the 15, if you want to do a third lot, I can't blame you. I'm gonna see if I can sell zero DTEers, the 19s. 6 pennies. Let's go to next week. I would do the 1850s, 37 by 47. Or the 18s. Let's see, maybe a $1 wide. 1817. Hey, 1817, 18 cents. I'm gonna do that. That's pretty good. No fill, but I sent an order.
I like that, John. P10.
Yeah, yeah, that's one Alex mentioned the other day, and I said it looked great. But yeah, that's a continuation pattern. Hey, that's what I wrote down. I wrote OSPN. $10 puts on P10 are 5 cents by 20. So I'm gonna put an order out for 15 cents. Earnings. Yeah, there's no. Let's see. I'll try it. No fill, but I would even take a dime. I'm gonna take a dime if he fills some. Damn, he didn't even fill me on a dime. Sure. All right, Wilk. All right, let's buy the high. 8 over 80, 86.
Hmm.
BTS. All right, let's put on P10. Sybaris. We got those puts expiring today. Look, it's doing. That's a beautiful example. Beautiful example of it's doing absolutely nothing but printing money on a put spread that expires today. We have the 207s. Should be less than a dime right now. 207. Yep, 10 by 20. So the midpoint. Exactly what I said. Well, I was wrong. It's 13 cents. 13-cent midpoint. Let's move stuff under 220. Graham up alarm.
Here's new high. I like SPX, SPXL spiders here on the 5 minute going sideways, but they got to take out the high of the day.
Graham. No alarm higher.
It would be okay for a long.
Hey, UNP alarm from yesterday.
78.20.
Let's buy a half a lot. Stop 293.34. Actually, we can do full on.
There's not enough. If it had a breakout failure done, but it's too close. I mean, if it'd be at 78.20 in a blink of an eye if it takes out the high of the day. I would think so. Oil's inching lower. Well, yeah, there's always ifs until you have a pattern that says to act. So I'm not buying. No, but because I need to take out the high of the day to prove the price action that's happening right now, that consolidating on the 5 minute chart near resistance. You know,
PSI alarm.
if it takes out this pivot here, these lows, but right now, this tells me, I guess others will be waiting for 10. It may pop straight up into that number because you know there's going to be buy stop orders above that high.
Miller CX held. That's I mentioned.
I had the mic turned a little bit. I don't know about a tunnel effect.
Sounds fine to me.
It's interesting. I look at these trader pivot lines on the futures and on the underlying on the ETF, and you would think since they're based on futures, they'd be more reliable, but I don't think they are compared to looking at them on the underlying. It's great when they're lined up in the same place. Sold half of P10. Stop under the prior 5-minute bars low.
Yeah, nice.
There's an unfilled gap at around, around here that it's into. Doesn't mean it can't get through it. The way it's moving, I think there's potential to get up at $11 to $11.50, close to it.
Mm-hmm. If not more.
Yeah. Looks like traders are waiting for that number, hesitating.
Look, this is acting better now. It closes like this. The target 280, 282-ish.
No, he's not here today. Must be sleeping in.
But no, he told me half hour late. He had to go see his probation officer. Hey, what did I tell you about Mister?
Mm.
And what did I tell you? Well, no, coins, like coin, no. And then
Sam not here either. He's probably monitoring detention.
this looks like a day trade short here, 30-minute low. That looks horrible.
Do it.
I'm checking puts and calls. ESI up alarm, that's was a bottoming counter. Boom, there, 30 minutes. Well, it's not 30 minutes yet, but new low. Oh. There's no premium next week. What's
You know what that means, that they're not here, Robert. Do you know what that means? It means the mic's wide open for anybody that wants to type or talk. So Steve suggested the other day that maybe we could have someone in the room, even if it was once a week. I think that would be cool. Be willing to come on during lunchtime and discuss one of their trades or ask questions or something like that. You can email Dan and I if you're interested to do that. You don't have to type it in the room, or if you want to, you can. But I'd like to be able to, it'd be great to have like a schedule so everybody knows. Even if you don't have anything, you could say, you know what, I'll do next week, or I'll do 2 weeks from now, or whatever. We can make something up and everybody will know. I'll record it. So yeah. So maybe you go first, Steve. Maybe. Well, yes, you do. We all learn by talking too. Market's just wiggling around on that number. DRAM came back.
Mm-hmm.
Well, semiconductors did not. NVIDIA is into the gap, not turning around.
You want me to give this as a directional too?
Yeah. And it triggered SPY or SPXX. Little bear sandwich on P10 5 minute. That's good price action. This morning's um, entry slide, this pattern better not fail. This is the same kind of thinking. Right? There are different, I guess, degrees or levels of the implications of a pattern failing. Like something that consolidated for several days and breaks out better not fail. On a 5-minute chart, this pattern better not fail. Traders bought the dip. They're sitting there on the bid. And when they didn't get filled, they took the offer and drove it right back up again. And so somebody believes it's going to go higher for that to do that. Now, that doesn't mean they're right, but those are the expectations. Good morning. Well, you can wonder, but if you wait, you'll see. Well, what happens?
Yes,
So
I like.
ES is dealing with the pre-market congestion right here. SMH 5-minute got a nice turnaround in a downtrend. But, IGV, something in software is weak today. That's trending down. Not a big deal on the daily chart, but it is, getting deep into there. RNG. The weak ones, Docu. No profit taking after a good day yesterday, Zoom. pressure on the cues. Yeah, right, John. Exactly. So I'm flipping through them.
Yeah, it's a little bit similar to ESI, but I like the 15, I like the void, I like the consolidation. So I like it. IWM at new high. Didn't expect that after the first 10 minutes mess. Yeah, I'll watch this one with you. 365. USR, USAR kept moving up. I didn't like it filled on the put spread. Turgo. Premium Turgo? I don't have a Turgo. Was that the one we talked about yesterday? Oh, yeah, I mentioned that. But actually, look at Turgo. Daily weekly. I'm gonna watch that. Big old cap up holding. Yeah, my alarm went off twice on this thing. I said it was looking better. Yeah, we could have bought a 15-minute high because that was a nice something something bar. And spreads are nuts.
Yes, and killed it almost immediately when it didn't go. I didn't give it even room under the prior 5-minute bars low. It's rare earth USAR. Keep an eye on that one. See if it holds on to its gain today. Why does that look like that? Hmm. That simple. Doesn't make sense. US.
Yeah, someone mentioned USAR earlier. I said I liked it and I was trying to sell put spread on it, didn't get to them. UNP making a new high as the market's weakening.
Does your chart of USAR look like mine? The moving averages? Anybody? I got a different chart on TC 2000 open and
Yeah, moving averages minus, look at minus through all of them. Well, 5,200, which I liked. That's a positive. Holding well.
right. That's the one chart on my other monitor. This one, for whatever reason, the 200 is on top of the prices. I don't know why. Okay, but this says 200. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, the other chart that you can't see, the 100 is right on top of prices. Some setting that's not right.
Tiberius might stop out, but that's okay. We got a huge profit.
Is that what it is? Ah, you're right. Thank you. Sometimes I use the plus and minus keys to change and I forget I did it.
It was PLPLTK. Yeah, this climb up. Slow mover. But over the high. That'd be a good trade for a new person. You have to, trade 2 shares. And just tell them buy the high, stop yesterday's low, and keep an eye on it. That was trailed out. But we sold a third this morning in the strength. Wow, I think we got the penny high. I'm selling a third. $20. All right. $289. All right, no, that's stopped out in the morning. CX never triggered. Good. I gave it 30-minute high. Red is too far. Or it's red. MUU's fine.
V10, yeah, not so much about the gap. It's a decent move today. I mean, it's nothing wrong with holding on to it as a swing with a bigger stop. As it gets closer to $11.50, I'm just going to sell it. I'm not even going to wait for it to, like, if it was to start accelerating from here, that it came out of this 5 minute base, I'm just going to sell into it. It's a lot of money, Dan.
Why
It was a
not?
gamble. Was a gamble, right?
No, I understand, but we were talking about the amount
Yeah, yeah,
as one contract is the problem.
yeah. And how much would you can't even know. I mean, really, to say, what if it would have gapped up $50? How much would it have made?
Uh, well, of course I can tell.
Okay.
Y'all, what we're talking about is, remember we were just having a discussion yesterday about possibly buying a call option on this. And we said, well, it's $22, one contract. Because we have $300 max loss. That's why we couldn't do it.
Hmm.
So, okay, I mean, to answer that question now, if it gapped up 50, I'd see it what the 590 calls um are trading for. That's simple. No, 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 my bad. It would be lower. So that would mean, um, let's see if it closed. Let's say 550, so then I'd be looking at the 500 calls, and the answer, Greg, is 23.50. So you would have only made $1.50. Why? But that makes no sense. No, what am I doing wrong? All right, if it closed at 550 and it gapped up, so then what I need to do, all right, if the stock was at 550 and it gapped to 600, so then it would be $30 in the money if it gapped up 50. So if it's trading at 511, $30 in the money is 480. Okay, now I got my reasoning right. So the 480s right now are 37. And if we paid, what did we say, 23, 24, doesn't matter, we're using round numbers here. So then you would have made $1,300. You would have made, if it gapped up, you would have made $1,300 on that fall. Because it's in the money, but you got the ball crush. So there, that's uneducated, I guess. Did you see yields back to yesterday? Stein? Look at that. This is an old, this was the other discussion we had yesterday. Is this a potent turn or not? It's still not, but I just had an early alarm go off at 150 and I'll reset it at 151. Any of these earnings, I mean, that looks like a call spread now. 560s. $565. Not too spready, dollar spread. Oh, look at that monster gap and no buyers on volume. Now that's a big old gap, but that chart says it's going low. It's one of those where institutions are hitting the road, Jack. What? This looks too good to be true. $10 puts, that's why. I thought the $7.50 puts were 70 cents. And I would have popped that. But they're the $10 ones, which is 27 cents in the money. Wow, I got the Newsmax company. So the people who bought yesterday into earnings are getting paid. You know, many times we say they got smoked. Today they got paid, and that's a bullish 15-minute chart too. But no setup for me. I took a beating. Kinder Care, right? They have some of those, or they used to, around Broward County where I live, where you drop your kid off. So they leave you alone during the day. Wowzer, look at that volume on this penny stock. I didn't get around to looking at it during pre-market, but I left it there on purpose because I saw the gap breaking up. Bottom of cutter. Sigma lithium. Yeah, I was hoping for 1, 2, 3 on this, but it's holding. This was an earning stock. No volume though. Now it's your Finex for Monday. 1, 2, 3. Or if you wanted a more aggressive entry, 15-minute buy setup.
So this Byron Donald is coming to Sunny Isles Beach next week to do a meet and greet with the mayor. And he sends a text message, one of these robo text message things. He sends a text message today. It says, if we did not have the crushing entitlements of Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare, would the US even have a deficit or debt problem? I don't know, kind of question. Yes, I said, yes, you would. I said, stop spending money, bring back Dodge, stop the corruption, term limits. That's a start.
Great, but how do you get? It's how do you fix the swamp when the swamp is running the swamp?
You can't. I mean,
So how are you going to get the swamp to vote for term limits unless you have like a revolt?
of course. I mean, I'm saying he sent out this text message. He's running for governor, and he's
Right.
asking about, you know, these social programs, especially Social Security and so on. And it's like, if we didn't have that, would we have a problem?
There was an article in today's journal. I read a few sentences of it um, about our deficit. Oh, the article was about, yeah, did S&P want to downgrade our debt? And they said, well, not yet, but you're on probation. We're watching you. You know, some
Yeah.
shocks, could send it down. And there was an interesting statement in there. It said the US has twice the deficit as a similar situated in however they called it, first class society. So whatever countries they're comparing their deficits to, percentage wise, well, I'm just telling you what I read. That's all. They said ours is twice as big. Okay, well then, so that doesn't mean it's an untrue statement, Alex. Maybe Japan is 4 times worse. You see my point? But go, yeah, go read the article. We're just chatting here. Yeah, hey, the article did not say US was worse. It said it's twice as bad as, however they define it. I don't know what it is. I am getting bombarded with spam from GLP-1 medications. I mean, I get like 50 of them a day, same reference, GLP-1. And, Outlook sucks. You create a rule, I put in GLP in the reference, it don't work. Doesn't work. Wow, I didn't, I'm looking at that list. I didn't know Singapore was that bad. Man, I went to Singapore 11 years ago and I was very impressed with how clean and professional it was. And you remember, that's the country that if you put chewing gum on the road, they throw you in jail. They have some strict laws, but the place is beautiful and organized. Italy, Greece, and France, those socialist countries, that doesn't surprise me at all. Um, let's see, we're worse in Canada. That's bad. And France, that's bad. United Kingdom, well, they wanted out of Brexit, so they're more fiscal. And we're worse in Spain. Spain, I would have thought was worse. But the most shocking to me is that Singapore is that I guess they must have a lot of socialist programs there too. Well, still, Mr. New Love. Nice. Came to them for me. Stay out of trouble.
Just want to set an alert on, maybe probably nothing happen by next week, but FIGS, FIGS, it gapped up on earnings about a week or so ago. It's been going sideways. Changing dates. Sure. A little thin for day trading. Not enough volume. But yeah, should go up. Okay, forgot about the cues. 7:30. So that's 7:30. Mhm. There's a pivot line there too, which you can see on my chart. Um, it, it'll stop there. It'll stall. And as you can see on the 65-minute, there's nothing below it. Supposed to show. It's a 30-minute chart. See, there's nothing here. Wow. No, no. If you're looking at that high, there's nothing to stop it from going down. It doesn't mean it, you know, it'll keep falling, but if we see semiconductors start to roll over, which they're not yet, and IGV is holding this area. I guess so. I mean, I wouldn't do it because I don't like these kind of setups, but I like these bars, which on a short-term basis supports a move to go up. And it does have a void, just a gap down on earnings. So I don't think it's going to fill the gap because they typically don't. Maybe it gets to $140. Well, I think that's unlikely. I think that's like hoping for that movie Christmas, like you're gonna get the BB gun. I don't think it's going up there, but I think that's overly optimistic on something that gaps down on earnings. But yeah, that's more reasonable. That's more reasonable. I like that idea better. Use buyers at the pivot didn't hold it. Some kind of a dive, a little climactic dive with a tick extreme. Wishful thinking to tick extreme, but you might get a tick Q extreme and see if there would be juice at an appropriate level. An appropriate level, I think, would be 125, and that could be wishful think 725. It would probably take a violent move lower to get that. It's interesting. My read on this interest rates going up like this is like, oil's come down, still high, but Well, it's come down about $3 or whatever. It's been hanging here. And their inflation numbers coming in softer than expectation, and interest rates are going up. The bond market saying we're not buying it. You ain't buying your bullshit. Why didn't I short it? Because it was bullish. It was in an uptrend. I just didn't like the fact that it was stalled and it wasn't going up the way it should. So I I just killed it quick. It didn't mean it was going to go down like this. It didn't even mean it would get to the daily pivot. It hadn't even violated the low of the day. I think the interest rates continuing to go higher began to feed on it, and more and more selling came in. No, I don't, but I need it to be extended. I don't short something that didn't go up fast enough based on my expectations when the low of the day is relatively close by. And besides the low of the day, there's price support there. That's, so if it had been going up a couple of days in a row and it was extended and there was a breakout failure and double topped and that kind of stuff, that's a short setup. Me deciding to short it because it popped up above the highs and it stalled right away. That's not a reason to short it. That's a reason to get a stick in the eye most times. But since my primary focus is directional, I mean, when it came down here, I mean, I don't know what the premiums were in SPX, but you could have started to consider that because you had mentioned 730, 7830. Did you mention 20? So breakout failures would be a consideration as far as credit spreads go, but not a directional trade. So think about it like this. Every pattern is a picture of traders' expectations and beliefs about the future. So a breakout failure means expectations and beliefs about the future have been questioned, they become into question. That's a starting point to consider a credit spread. Now, from there, trend, location, so on and so forth, everything we've been talking about, all of those things begin to come into your overall decision to say, hey, you know what, is this a situation where I can do a bear call credit spread because I think because of that, it's unlikely prices are going to advance over the next several hours. And so it doesn't have to go, if it goes down like this, that's great. But you don't have to have a belief that it would go down like this. I didn't think it would go down like this, but here we are because it evolved that way. And so even if it went down to the daily pivot and began to hang there for a while, that time decay could have been a profitable trade for you. It was a reason to get out of that long. Depends. It was for me because I believe that the time that it spent consolidating there and forming this price pattern. Let's look at the price pattern. Okay. Gap up, gap fill, up, down, wide range, bar up, buy on the dip, buy on the dip, and a topping tail. And I'm out. I'll reevaluate. But if that was enough at one point on based on this price action, would have been enough for you to do that bear call credit spread? I mean, only you can answer that. You're the one, you're taking the risk. However you evaluate, this price action. And I know you look at 2-minute charts, which is fine. So maybe the depth of retracement coming into this area like that would have been enough. Well, if you've defined something as a tradable event, then you should. Doesn't matter. You're you're the one driving the bus. But you're welcome to take one of the open slots. There's a few open slots left for discussions in the middle of the day where you take the mic and discuss the trade. Grab one before they fill up. It hasn't gotten much cooler here. A little bit. It's been a pretty rough summer with the heat. Yeah, that's a great time to come. Sure. The best, maybe. I'm tentatively planning to go to Bulgaria next year in April. Yeah, play that song, One Way Ticket. Fuck no, excuse my language. No way, One Way Ticket. Max 10 days. Yeah. I mean, I live in paradise. What do you need vacations for? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Definitely. I mean, I cannot just walk away and do nothing. You know, a few hours, you know, to do nothing and hang out. That's that's all good. Yeah, definitely hot and humid. You know, there were guys here cutting big leaves off the palm trees that are like, you got to put your neck back, put your head back to see the top of the palm tree. They're so high. And they're cutting those things and picking it up and throwing it in the chipper and all of that. And they're just drenched from the sweat and they're dirty, from working. And my wife sees them and like, wow, they work so hard and so hot. And she's never known me in that way because New York is hot as hell. Maybe it's not quite as humid as Florida, but it's just as hot. Worked as a mechanic. I worked in the heat. You're working on engines and all kinds of stuff. It's dirty, and then in the winter you freeze your butt off. I I was in upstate New York. I wasn't in the city. Yeah, it was a nice area and all. Still hot. I've been to Aruba. It was nice. Time goes by. I may have been there twice. Manhattan's something to see, you know, stores, the food, the entertainment. I lived there all my life, so it was a half-hour ride for me. I'd been there more than enough to last a lifetime. And some of the hotels are amazing. I mean, maybe the plaza's touristy, but they have like an amazing brunch. And the rooms are really nice. The plaza's great. I've stayed at a lot of different hotels there. You shouldn't say that. It's something to see. If you've never seen it before, and I said if you've ever gone to the what you call it, the thing that they have on weekends, the brunch. It's quite a spread. Yeah, yeah. You're going to watch it? Okay. I don't know. I mean, that was before my time. That was, I think, the 20s or around the time of the Depression and the Prohibition. Yeah. It's still there. It's not at the magnitude that it was. But that movie wasn't about Italians, it was about Jewish mafia. I don't know if you call them a mafia. Yeah. I think um I forget the different names. Anyway, I think where you're from, Alex, is the mafias are more run by Irish. Yeah, yeah. Boston. Yeah, right. Clam chowder. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. You see them, the movie starts, they're young boys. By the end, they're old men. Great movie. Yeah, it could be. It's a Jewish ghetto, but you know, parts of the Bronx was the same thing. Yeah, it's just different, whatever, different people, Jewish, Italians, whatever. Everybody's after money. I think it was a much better time back then. Well, I told you the story, as a child, young teenager, I used to like to watch Wall Street Week, so there was that interest in it. Um, your pacemaker. Um, so and I got into the mechanic business. I worked for somebody. My goal was to own my own place, and I was able to rent a gigantic place for what was at the time wasn't a lot of money. So I was able to get my foot in the door of my own business. I didn't own the property, but it was a tremendous piece of property that was there abandoned, a 3-bay gas station. Um, so once I got things going, and I was working from 6, 7 in the morning until 1 in the morning. by myself until I could hire somebody. And then once I was able to make money, it was like, how do I make more money? And it's like, oh, the stock market. I don't know how I, got some information, probably sent something away in the mail. I don't know, whatever. And as I learned more about it, it interested me to learn more and more and more. And it was, there was no internet, so it wasn't so easy to find information to learn from. I don't know, there weren't even faxes. Maybe there were fax machines back then. And then, from there, I was doing my, start placing trades over the phone. I told you I met this retail, guy worked, I think, at Prudential, and bought some stocks and some different things and started to try and learn more. Yeah. And I've told you, I what I was doing on my own, ordered books through the got things in the mail. Met Alexander Elder, guy that wrote Trading for a Living. He had a trader group. I joined that. That's where I met Velez. Well, there was a transition. um, when I decided to start Pristine, Velez was working out of his basement in the Bronx and we started the fax machine thing. And he would transfer calls at times to my my automotive business, and I'd pick up the phone there and I'd talk to people and whatever. And then as things began to pick up, the business began to pick up where we were sending out a decent number of faxes. I was like, I had a guy working for me, and I asked him, I told him, would you like to buy the business? So he did, you know, not being uncertain, could he do it? And I said, give it a try for a month and see, if how you can manage and this and that. And after a month, he said, okay. And I did it. And so from there, I used to drive from Rockland County down to the Bronx and, you know, we got a satellite on his roof, sent out faxes, answering phones. People would call like about placing trades, not, we weren't brokers, but like questions about what was in the letter. Um, this was like 1994, late 1993. I can remember whatever year that was before, but we started before then. But I can remember watching the OJ trial on the TV there. Well, yeah. I mean, I used a platform, when first starting out, I had to download data, in with a modem and transfer the data, typing DOS commands into the platform. And then I found a platform is probably it was something like TC2000. It was called Livewire. It was called Livewire. And these guys were hardcore, like old school, build it from using DOS. And when Microsoft started coming online and platforms started to move toward that, they refused to embrace it. But Livewire was a great platform for what it was, similar to TC2000. TC2000 was similar to that. It evolved tremendously, but yeah, Livewire had ability to do some scans. I use that a lot. And then at one point when we opened up the office in White Plains, we had a satellite feed there, and we used TradeStation, which for the computers at the time that it was computers really weren't up to speed, and they hadn't optimized them for the computers of the day. I mean, it worked, but it wasn't so great. They used to have Supercharts, and then there was Livewire, not Livewire, TradeStation. Yeah, type. Livewire looks like something that could pop up 50 cents. I know everybody orders stuff from Amazon. We have water delivered from Xiphyllis, is the name it is. Anyway, the delivery is like we get the bottles at like 16.9 ounces. I think it's like $8, with the delivery and all. Something like that. Anyway, Amazon is selling them, the case of 24 for $4.49. Says the price is down 83%. So maybe you want to order half a dozen, they deliver it to your house. It's a deal. That's for 24 bottles of filtered water, spring water. It's not like they run the water through a hose, a filter from your hose. Yeah, if you like the bubbles, I love Pellegrino, you know. But I'm not so fancy. I usually just buy seltzer, plain seltzer. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, you can get the same thing for less money. Nothing wrong with that. That's good. AWM on its way back to the high of the day. That's going to be a continuation pattern if it closes like that. Yeah, looking good. Being a commercial, Cifferolon. You can buy it on Amazon. It reduces brain shrinkage. It's amazing the supplements that are sold, and no one makes sure, are they safe? Do they really do what they no FDA? It's not a drug. You can buy it on Amazon. Reduce your brain shrinkage. Yeah. I do some kind of exercise almost every day, usually in the mornings, 7 o'clock. Yeah. Yesterday I did the spin bike. Today I did weights. The spin bike, they have so many different things you can do on that Pendleton, types of routines. So yesterday I did one 50, 20 minutes, and it does where a little bit longer resting periods, like where you're just pedaling along at a relatively higher speed, but then at other times you crank the tension up. It goes from 0 to 100. You, so on this one, you turn it up to around 60, 65, and you pedal it as hard as your legs can possibly go for 15 to 20 seconds, and it takes your breath away. And you do that on and off. 12 hours. Oh, I may have slept 12 hours once or twice in my life. That's great. It's great that you can do it. Dreams are great. In your dreams, sure. They call that, people say that, if you think about certain things before you go to sleep, that you can have that ability to possibly dream about what you want. That's cool. What they're talking about on CNBC. I have the voice off, but the captions on. It says, JD Vance says, you stop socialism by improving lives. They think if they had that thought a long time ago, they didn't let things turn to shit, that people wouldn't be embracing socialism. Well, most people in Canada, well, two things. I know most people that trade that are in Canada want to get out of there. Well, because people want to depend on the government. Well, becoming a politician is a good profession. Or communist. But everybody that ever met that has come from a communist country is like, these people must be stupid. Yeah. Mostly talking about Americans. Must be stupid. What's the line? Communists, they kill you for talking against the government. Well, I guess if you go back far enough, right, there was no there was no politics other than how people, whatever, as people evolved from, you know, guerrilla type things to people eventually, you know, who doesn't like who starts thinking about how they want things. How to control other people. Exactly. So isn't Canada like that? I don't call it communism, but I guess you can own your own business. They just take most of the money. Kibbutz. Yeah. You know the saying, the love of money is the root of all evil. Let's see what's going to happen in New York with this new tax. You're gonna mm. All right. I think it's time to walk the puppy a little bit. I'll be back in a little. If you insist, I'll talk. But you got to show up here once in a while. Maybe you'd like to take the mic and discuss some of your recent trades. What do you think? That's okay. Everybody has their own way of doing stuff. We're not a one-trick pony here. Okay. All right, does different things. Sometimes we buy cheap and sell cheaper, and sometimes we buy cheap and sell more expensive. Or buy more expensive and sell more expensive. We just People just want to hear someone else's voice. Yeah. Well, it's coming up to where sellers are going to start stepping up more aggressively. The weekly chart looks good. You may want to raise a stop, and you may want to consider selling a covered call, maybe above this area, give or take. If there's premium for next week, which what is it? It's next week. I think is next week an options expiration. I believe it is. So why don't you consider selling maybe $115 covered call for next week? Let's see what, there's no premium whatsoever, which means no one's really interested in this stock very much. Not at that price. So they're not that bullish about it going up there. Otherwise, there'd be premium. Whereas, the best you can do is like 113 to get something. Yeah, I get you. I was just thinking, lower your costs, maybe collect that money. You do have a wide range bar on the weekly chart there. It's getting closer to where it's going to stall. 10, 112. It's not a lot of money, but you could sell the 114 for 50 cents. That's a buyout. Supposed to be bought by Stripe and some other company. Yeah, we had it in the letter before it went up too. Anything's possible, Deb. Right? We're not in the prediction business like that, like he is. All we know is the trend is up. So it's a possibility. And then to suggest it's going to go down 10%, I think anybody could say that because it's a reasonable expectation. Look at the NYSE. It broke out. It's moving up. It's getting short-term extended. Things are going to pull back, and sooner or later, probably, Trump and his hedge fund manager cabinet will force some kind of retracement to bring it back up again. Of course. Well, we'll know, where it comes down to, whether it's likely to turn around. But I think the bond market's patience is growing very thin with him, and they're likely to kick his ass pretty soon. So whether S&Ps can get to 8,000, another couple of 100 points before that happens is yet to be seen. You see that 30-year? If it breaks out above those highs and starts spiking up, probability is that correction will come sooner than later. Well, that's not far away. But if that thing spikes up next week, probably going to happen before then. Well, they've been manipulating the numbers, in my opinion, so provide Walsh with an excuse not to raise rates. But the market was anticipating that he might have the wherewithal to be independent and raise rates. That was right before the announcement where it was spiking higher. So the market was anticipating that he was going to do that. And then when he didn't, it collapsed. No one goes to jail, Alex. You're a politician at that level. Nobody goes to jail. Certainly not if you're a Democrat, because the Republicans don't have the balls to push it. None of that. Probably plenty of them are. Well, he was an advisor. You know, and he's a Republican. How did Hunter not go to jail? How did Biden's brother not go to jail? So many people. We all know corruption is everywhere, but it was hidden. It was hidden much better in this country than other countries. Now it's so obvious. It's ridiculous. I told you this Byron Donald is coming to Sunny Isles Beach. Is it? Maybe it's this weekend. I don't know. So I asked Larissa, the mayor, about asking a question, kind of direct as I would want to be, about what happened to make America great again and what is he going to do if he's reelected and all that. And she's like, no, I'd rather you not say ask that kind of a question. Well, she said, he's coming to get support from this area. He's coming to support her. She's up for re-election. She wants it to be more of a upbeat, rah-rah kind of thing, not a pointed question like that. Politics. If she wasn't a friend, I would do it anyway. But well, one question, you know, she was here for dinner about a week or two ago, when everybody got talking about whatever, blah blah blah, and I forgot to ask her, but I'm going to make time to ask her. I'm going to say, why hasn't Governor DeSantis come out in support of Byron Donald? Why is he supporting the other guy? I mean, I put more weight on DeSantis's um, recommendation than Trump's, only because he's been the governor here for all these years. I don't know anything about the other guy. Everybody's happy, for the most part, with DeSantis and how he's managed Florida. That makes it look like they might pull back a little bit more. 2 days now, Alex. Nvidia didn't move up. You think it's just resting? I think so. For a scalper, certainly they do look like they're going to go lower. I had to take that call. Just, um, Alex, we've been trading some stuff like this that's kind of sloppy, but making little bottoms that have, some ability to go up. There's this unfilled gap there, which isn't attractive. There's just so much slop lately. I mean, it could go up a bit. I mean, these aren't like amazing patterns, but they're okay. So what Debbie was asking me. Yeah, so Debbie, we've been trading stuff like this, probably things that are down more away from initial resistance, without something close by. Well, what being a Wall Street darling has, to be a double-edged sword because as much as they can drive it higher, if they all decide to hit the bid, they crush it. I'm not sure what you're talking about now as far as on a covered call. Mm, On this, you own it? That's sloppy. From $188 you own this? So you don't want to pay capital gains on it. Well, if you're going to sell a covered call, sell something far enough away that you're not going to get taken away. Well, the put is insurance. That costs you money. You could sell a call and buy a put with the money if that works, if that makes sense. I mean, if the numbers made sense. Look, see, as you get to the point where it becomes more of a no-brainer, the spread is just stupid. But it's still attractive. Look, you could sell an 1150 call, which is, up near the highs. You could sell that at the midpoint. You could probably sell that for, 4.25. See if they do it. Or even this one, you could sell the 1160s for $3. I think you could get it done for $3, 3.25 maybe. 7 days. why would you want to go out to December? Why would you want to be hung up with, you know, having that option for so long? For 7 days, you can collect that money. Preserve the gain. You're just getting far enough away, but you're the potential for the stock to be taken away from you is a longer period of time. You know, that's the guessing game part of options and time to expiration and all of that. Nobody knows the future. You know, it's a best guess scenario. You know, so to think that it won't go up to a 1150 in 7 days versus 1200 by December. What would increase that feeling? And we trade based on technicals, not feelings. You got mixed messages, like uh, Facebook Meta is questionable. Microsoft turned up. Google is questionable. So all of those hyperscalers are mixed message, but that's questionable as far as AI. Cisco got clobbered. Yeah. Now Nvidia's, I think, I don't remember who they're trying to partner with, so people can borrow money to buy their chips. And they wouldn't be doing that if cash was flowing. UNH Daily looks not so good. It had a heck of a run, so it's in a consolidation phase. You see that big rounding top, and it's, after earnings, a gap and crap. So it looks like it's going to come lower. It's right on that neckline there. And look how it's trading, whipping back and forth like that. It's, to me, this is being walked lower. Right? That herd that bought it like hand over fist over here, they're just letting the air out of the balloon. I don't know what it's called, a crown. It's called a rounding top. It's called It's called bearish. It's called call up your hedge fund buddies and say, hey, let's agree not to sell it so fast and collapse it. Look at the options activity in this. See, 22 days. You probably have to go more than that, but there's no bid ask. 7 days. Well, you're going to pay taxes on it, and you're selling covered calls, you sit with it. Depends what you want to do. Maybe, looking at the weekly chart, it's setting up to make a higher low, but it'll come down here to, into this area before buyers show up again. There's no big open interest with big bets on the downside. That's a plus. You got bets for 395, high volume next week, but that's not so bad. That's why I said it's being walked down. It's systematic selling. They're selling the rallies and just hitting the bid, grinding it down a little each day. So, Deb, have you decided to leave California before they hit you with the billionaire tax? There you go. Do you think this guy running for governor has a chance? He speaks well. I think that's his name. I see him on Fox News all the time. I don't pay attention enough to catch his name. He must be Republican if he's on Fox. I think so. No chance, huh? California just wants to stay in that nightmare. Well, you know, you got a guy trying to destroy the state as the governor now. Sounds like pretty bad stuff there. and and you still got Maxine Waters. I mean, the uh the people that they have representing that state is like, and then there's Pencil Neck, as Trump calls him. I mean, these are just such bad people. Yeah, yeah. Nancy. She probably the smartest, just cut and run before Trump put the DOJ on her. Well, yeah, they're all wicked witches. And Maxine, she's like, you can't even look at her very long. I mean, all these Democratic women, they're like witches. I wouldn't want to screw with one of them because, they're nasty. And that one where from where Alex lives, she's no softball either. And and the only people dumber than AOC are the other Democrats that she leads by the nose. Yeah, she should move to California. She fit right in there. And Bernie. It's scary. I mean, you start thinking about the return to all of them taking over. And then you got Kamala. It's crazy. I didn't say I'm proud of them. I'm the most disappointed person about what has happened than you can imagine. One of the most, I wouldn't say the most. Rest in peace. If Firecracker was alive, I'd love to hear what she'd be saying. Waiting, waiting, waiting. Yeah. It's Friday afternoon. We've had plenty of Friday afternoons like this where markets just chop, chop, chop. What are you thinking with these cues, Alex? They just flip flopping back and forth, but they don't want to go down. See you, Deb. I said, what are you thinking with these cues? I said, they're flipping back and forth, but they don't want to go down. It taps. Yes. I don't like that kind of pattern. Just that upward sloping, whatever you call it. I mean, it's going up. So pretty erratic how this thing trades. Well, it doesn't give you much to be concerned about as far as failing. It just keeps making higher low days. Hmm. That's one worth setting an alert on, huh? For next week. ANF, maybe it starts making a turn by sometime next week.
Airline. Mueller.
Alex, what the hell did you do to UMP? My alarm just went off. That's us. Hey, IONS. Anybody, what's your bias on this pattern? I'm just going through alarms is all. That's fine. That's that there's no right answer. So that's an adequate answer. That's fine. Anyone else? Alex, we're not in it, man. My up alarm just went off. That's all. I'm asking people if they're around and not sleeping like Sam usually does. What's your bias? Here comes John. So what I would like to see is it to close like this. And then Monday, it's a beautiful bottoming pattern daily, weekly. That's all. It's not a complicated question at all. All right, Mr. I guess I had a 95 alarm will go off on Mr. I'll just reset it. Look at these moving averages. How 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 often do you see a 200 moving average at a 45-degree down angle? That is nasty. Alex, thank you for your repost, but can you give me a question? Okay, just did. The answer is yes, dude. Go look in the open trades. Yes. Yes, this is an open trade. So that was kind of like a waste of time. MBTS alarm. Is this a new alarm? I thought you said no, it's an open trade. No, go look at it. No, dude, we're in it. And I even texted you this, Alex, an hour ago. I said we're in it. So what I all right, I'm not gonna start barking at you. But I told you an hour ago we're in it. All right, MATS. Let me see if this is a new alarm or old alarm. All right, we're still in it, 1347. All right, this one, let's see, I'm definitely gonna move stuff to break even if I have not already. Let me look at the spreadsheet. Yep, I already had moved it to break even. So that's an old alarm. I mean, Alex, I'll be happy to look through them, but what I would prefer is a list of like, new opportunities. Yeah, John, I like, I like. Now see, that is a perfect example of a continuation pattern. Because, you'll hear me, you'll hear me tell Sam. Like Sam right here on this day right here. Like Sam on 8/10. Sam would say, "Oh, breakout, let me buy." And I'm like, dude, 100% retracement, let it go sideways. And that's exactly what it's done for 4 bars. So now it's a topping tail red bar ignored. That will go on the list for Monday. And so, Alex, what is wrong with that? What's wrong with that? I do, I'm still negative. I mean, yields are at the high. I, I think 27. And I'm a visual guy, as you know, when I go to Rick's with Sam. So, I'm a visual guy, 27 up here, stop yesterday's low, so I'm okay with it. Let me continue through earnings. All right. Hey, Alex, Phoenix, this was yours, which I like. So don't start yelling at me. And look, I set an intraday alarm up here. And look, that pegged it right there over lunch. So all I'm gonna do is reset it and then move on. That's all. Alarm reset. Good to go. Carvana, did I miss? I mentioned it I mentioned it this morning, but yes. The answer to your question is I did not watch it. So the question now is there anything we can do of interest? And then we'll do a put spread at 7150 for next week. I'll leave it on the list, but yeah, it looks good. Daily, weekly, monthly. And what about Sam? Alex, what do you think about Sam, your brother? Look at his chart. I mean, it's a no-brainer put spread, but the spreads are freaking nuts. NASA, I had an alarm go offline. Reset the alarm. What else do I got? PLTK. This might be an old alarm, but this is a Climo. Let me pick. Yeah, I had an alarm at 2:53. I just reset it, no problem. CHRW. Yeah, that's an old one. But I'm gonna keep this on my list. Wow, IVZ, nice. Nice recovery after the gap down. We have long calls on this. Oh, yeah, you text me that. I forgot to look at it. Thanks. HWM. It's yes. Put it on the list. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, Monday over today's high. Yeah, I like it. Put spread it'd be the 275s. $60 by 110, make it not enough. Why? Why? Alex, why would you be out? It looks fine. It's breaking out here in the 15 and with bullish daily. Why? I've shot that's not like you. Usually you're saying I'm out on a 15-minute breakdown. Alex, what are you talking about? I still have that rule unless it's a big bar where I don't want to give up that extra room, but if you want to give me an example, I'll be happy to address it. Well, it didn't trigger number one. Number two is I drilled down to a 15-minute chart to find a bigger stop from yesterday's low. So the 12-cent rule doesn't apply when I'm going for a bigger stop on a 15-minute chart. Does that make sense? But that wasn't answered. All right. Happy to answer, but that was my answer.
What happened to Broadcom? That's not supposed to happen with a pattern like that.
What are you saying, Andrew?
Hmm.
What?
Yes, got killed.
Yeah, that's ugly. Oh, it's PLTK. That was a why on list. Robert, I will answer that for you. And I'm gonna answer them with a question back to you. What pattern is this, if any, that we teach? I gave you a little lifeline there that said if any. But what pattern is this? I didn't say it triggered, but I'm like right now, because you're asking Alex, why on the list? And it's on my list too. It's not a buy setup. No, Robert, that's incorrect. Buy setups are pullbacks and reversals on support in an uptrend. This is not in an uptrend, and it's friggin' far as hell from all the major moving averages. So why is it on our list? As a long watch, not obviously a short watch. I'm in no hurry, so you can answer. Okay, but okay, but not liking it is different than what is the pattern? Incorrect. The pattern is a climb up. I mean, it's just a no-brainer answer. What pattern is this? It's a climb up. No, I didn't ask you what the quality was. I didn't ask you about the bullish turn. I didn't ask you about the reward to risk. I just asked you what's the pattern? And it's a climb up. Correct. But man, this is a big fluid move down. And what do you think that hourly is gonna look like based on this pattern? I don't even need to look because I know. I mean, we're active traders in here. Would I give this to the advisory letter on the weekend? No. But it's active traders on Monday. Let me ask you this question, Robert. What do you think about the reward to risk of buying today's high, top yesterday's low? Let's start, and then we'll, work on typing and stuff. Yeah, but I mean, agree, but I would never let it get close to yesterday's low, Alex. You know that. I mean, look at it 15 minutes. I sure as hell wouldn't let it. Look, it's a penny stop, 248. My stop would be here, 239. So I'm risking a dime. Alex, How many dimes do you have in your safe? Me
But you're
too.
gonna say his pocket.
Me too. Me too. I got zero. I know, it's a trick question. I got zero. You, the last time, you know what's funny, Alex? I'm gonna tell you a funny story. I went to Chase Bank today to return my euros. And she did her little thing, conversion. And she said, "Oh, well, here's your night." She gave me 97 cents on the counter. I'm like, what is this? Like, oh, I'm like, dude, why would you give me 97 cents? Like, number one, I don't use coins. Number two, why would you not have put that in my bank account instead of giving me the friggin' coins? And so she had to make a separate transaction to deposit 97 cents. It was like ridiculous. All right, let's look at earnings trades. And let's see, this says Vivos Therapeutics, but Findus says it's medical devices. We are totally at the end of earnings season for this junk that they're giving us. There's nothing on Monday. Let's see. Hey, Alex, this would be a good question to ask everybody. Are you ready? And it's like one of these game shows, so let's call it a game show. So my question is, when Alex says, you will be surprised with this collectible I have, comma, my question to the audience is, guess what this collectible is? Okay, everyone go, everyone participate. Hey, Alex, Anna has a new dress she wants to show you. I'm gonna send you a picture, okay? Oh, back to my question. All right, let's see who answered, because Anna was showing me this new dress. Okay. Scotch. Stamps, because it supports love for both. Okay, there's no right answer. Sam, what's your guess? I have a beautiful antique collection. And it is, I would like you to see it. And it is blank. Tell me what the blank is. So we're doing, I mean, there's no right answer, so you're not gonna hear me, bashing you. There's no right answer. It's a game show. There's no right answer. That's fine. Decorated eggs, cigars. That's fine. That's fine. Keep going. There's no right answer. Keep going. And I'm trying to think of my answer right now because I don't have one yet. All right, so I gotta think. I have this collectible that I would like you to see. And we gotta keep it polite, of course. No X-rated stuff. So what are his collectibles he wants to show us? I'm having a hard time guessing even myself. I'm like at a loss also, so I don't have a good guess myself. I don't. I'm thinking, and I don't know. I can't say girls from trafficking because then that's not part of the question. I said you got to keep it legal. I don't know. Lobsters. Okay. Well, some of you got it right. No cigar, Sam. Too bad for you. All right, let me look through earnings here. There's not many. And what is actually been a boring day again. What did I say this morning? Hey, what's your bias on diamonds? Anybody? Anybody? What is a no-brainer trade for next week? Yeah, next week. What is a no-brainer trade? Well, over 540, I would not say it's a no-brainer, Sam. Sam is drunk. Because look at the big void, dude. And it's showing bearish price action. So what I was gonna say is yes, day trade short under yesterday's low. But also yesterday's low is a no friggin' brainer call spread. Condor, no, Steve, I don't like a condor because I only do condors when I have a neutral bias. And this I have a bearish bias short term. And let's humor Sam. Alex. Alex, I thought you said you trained Sam. Can you please tell me where the bull flag is on the 65-minute chart of the diamonds, please, 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 please. Sam, I don't even know how to respond to you, buddy. I am speechless. There's no bull flag here, Sam. Well, let's start with Sam. Let's start with something basic. Do you know what a sheep is? And you know what a dog is, and you know what a cat is? No, my gosh. Sam. I think there was a song about that. Sam. Alex, what was that movie where Sam, he was like a serial killer? Song of Sam, not Son of Sam. Forever cut it. At the same time, I just spit it out. All right, Son of Sam. So, Alex, are you Son of Sam? Sam, a bull flag. Sam, it's okay if you said bull flag on the daily, I would give you partial credit for that. Yes. But zero entry because it's bearish price action. But on the 65-minute chart, Sam, there is this. Okay, all right. Now that I blow it up, I kind of see what you're saying. But to us, okay. So I'm not. I don't want to bash you as bad as I was a minute ago. I see what you're looking at. Okay, so I apologize for being, aggressive. But this flag is too long. So I see what you're saying. Flagpole and its counter. I get it. Okay, so but the daily is nowhere supporting a bullish bias on the hourly unless it takes out yesterday's high. And if it does that, then I agree. It will be bullish if it takes out yesterday's high. Yes is the answer. Yes. Right, Sam, correct. It's a long flag, but I only call them bullish flags when they are like 33%, which is an eyeball, I'm not exact. But you only want the flag to be a third of the flag pole. And do you know anything about flag poles, Sam, when you go to Rick's? So that's my comment. Let's see what John has here for us. CLBK. It's too far from the 20 for me, John, but it is bullish. Look at the monthly as a Quimo. I think that thing's somewhere time. MDT, it's a moving train. It's more of a day trade. IHS. There's no volume. Wow, there is volume. Why does this 15-minute chart look? Man, this thing trades by appointment. That's very simple. IHS. This looks too weird for me, John. It's prior high 15 minutes. That's way too weird for me. So yeah, no, this one's too. Look at the monthly. If let's say look at this 1, 2, 3 over here. I mean, that was the most no-brainer 1, 2, 3 on 714 that I've seen in a long time. And I'm not saying I would still be in it. Let's say right here, a wide range bar breakout. There I would be in it. But based on the monthly and weekly, I mean, could it double or triple or quadruple from here? Of course it can, of course. But it's already doubled. So I would be in trail mode. I would not be in new opportunity mode myself. IONS. I like this for the weekend letter. Well, where's the market did? No. Well, I mean a couple things, Robert. There's a couple things. I mean, you need to back up and say what makes the market move. Let's start there. And it's technicals, it's fundamentals, it's time of year, it's economic data, it's earnings, it's excitement, it's um, money flow. They talk about money on the sidelines. So that's what makes it move. So now let's talk about why it's not moving. Well, I guess kind of the same reason. It's already moved a lot. Earnings are done, for it to move higher, you need an impetus, right? Sam, I did not say you were impotent, so don't even email with me with your mean email. So, Robert, this thing moved from 730 to 780. So why? This is a rhetorical question, but why are you asking me why it's not moving? In light of what I just told you, 730 to 780, and what was that, 3 weeks? Do you see my point? It's like, no, Alex, that's incorrect. It's not FOMO. FOMO got us here. His question was, why is it not moving? FOMO would make it move, and it's not moving. And that's why I just said, look at the daily chart, 730 to 780. What? All right, maybe I missed something. My apologies. But come on, man, 730 to 780. What do you want me to do? Go up to 1,000? I mean, it could. It could. I mean, you'll never hear me say it can't. But then I will be looking for the short of the freaking lifetime, just like when the NASDAQ went from 2,500 to 5,132. You know what? I have not I have not told this story in a long time. Greg, I don't know if you're here, but you'll appreciate this. All right, so the NAS, let me get my bearings right. The NAS was trading at 550. The NAS was trading at 50.50. Okay, doubling. It doubled from 2,500. And I was interviewed on some financial network, one of these online things. And I told it was on I think it was on a Tuesday. And I said, every single barometer that I look at says we're at a crazy top. I didn't pick the day, I didn't pick the price. I just said that we're in the freaking helium zone right now. And guess what? Guess what? 2 days later, the Qs, because I remember this, I got like an elephant brain. Qs topped at 51.32, went down to, it went under 1,000. So let's just call it 990. So from me calling the top 2 days early, no, no, sir, Alex. This was in 2000. No, 2000. It was the internet bubble. I remember the tick. It just is in my memory. The Qs went to 51.32 and then went under 1,000. And I was 2 days early of saying we're at a freaking ridiculous top right now. That's my point. End of story. Oh, Greg, I remember. It was called On24. That's the financial network I was on. It was called On24. They used to, hit us up for, live at stock market interviews all the time.
I remember that. They lasted 24 hours.
Right. But I don't know if you saw what I typed or heard or whatever, but I was working for you, at the other company. I was 2 days early of calling the top. Well, I didn't call it top. I just said we're ridiculously, you're freaking idiot for, buying at these levels. And I went through all the market internals and multiple time frames, and the NAS had already doubled in like 8 months. I'm like, yo, you're an idiot to be buying here. But yeah, it was On24, just remember. Yeah, like you asked me once, so ask me your second person. Of course, I don't mind. I don't mind. That's only when I finish, a seminar and then if you are so smart, you're poor. So. You know what, Alex? That is an excellent question, which I am not offended. I am not offended of that question at all. I'm not. So I appreciate you asking. But so that's a great question. And so let me throw a couple things at you. I was selling strength. And so, Greg, you can kick in too. We were working together at the time. But calling tops are harder than calling bottoms, right?
Yeah.
And so, yes, Alex, we were totally into selling, strength. But in terms of core shorting, you need more bars to set up to give you a pattern. But yes, there was many core shorts at that time, and we did give them, but it wasn't at the dead high. Why? I'll tell you why, because there's no pattern. It was a Climo. So yes, if you're going to short a Climo for a 3-day trade, fine, but that's not a core short unless you get more data. Second point, the biggest regret I have, Alex, I mean, this was beyond the internet bubble. It was the financial crisis, 2008. You know, I've told this story before, only like once a year, so it's time for me to say it again. So my friend David Tice from Dallas, he had the, you know, he had a bear fund, the Tice Bear Fund, whatever it's called. And I met him, you know, before 2008 because he lives in Dallas and I go there to see my family in Dallas and I just met him through some colleagues. And he actually came to Charlotte to where I live at the time. And he texted me, he says, "Hey Dan, I'm gonna be, you know, lecturing at this annual real estate event. You know, the whatever it's called, realtor, whatever, I don't care. But it was a real estate event. They had like 600 people there because it was an annual event. Greg, your RDW alarm just went off. And
Yeah, I'm considering to hold it over the weekend. You know, it's
and
like how many days? It looks great, but you know, it's the weekend. Should have went already.
and so I had met him for dinner the night before, so I already had a preview of what he was going to talk about. And so then I'm in this audience having dinner. He's speaking, he's the keynote speaker, 600 people of realtors, real estate people. So you got to put that in your head first. Okay? And he showed like 50 slides and like saliva is coming out of his mouth of confidence of he's showing these slides. And he's like, you all are sitting here thinking everything's great and the market will never drop. And look at all these charts. I'm telling you, the market's gonna freaking fall more than you could imagine. You know, with the, you know, he mentioned the fraud, of course, with the loan. You know, he went into all the fundamental reasons. And I'm looking around this audience, and everybody, instead of like embracing the reality, I'm telling you, their faces were like, who called this friggin' charlatan to come to be our speaker? Like this guy. I remember there were, you know, social media was out at the time. There were ads all over the TV because I lived in California before that. And there were ads of like dudes and women saying real estate will never go down. Never, never, never go down. Sign up for my seminar and I'm going to show you how to make money. Real estate will never go down. Well, guess what, McFly? It just went down 65%. And David Tice was the, you know, the maniac. You know, I was sitting there watching him, and you know, Greg and I use the term objective data, and this guy was using objective data. He was not using bullshit opinions. He's like, look at the data. The market's gonna collapse. Don't be a friggin' deer in the headlights. And it, you know, there's no way for me to opine. What are the 600 people there? You know, I'm just spitballing. There might only been a 10 people of 600 that took him seriously because because it was the New Year's Eve party for real estate. And it's 11:30 PM before the midnight strike of Champagne. Everyone's partying, and some dude comes in at 11:30 and says, "You all, your champagne ain't gonna taste very good tonight." And they're like, "Get out of here, dude. We don't want to hear bad news." So I'm giving you a very long story, Alex. And you can Google it, but there's many hedge funds that have made billions of dollars shorting these CDOs, what do they call them? And that's what I regret, Alex. That's what I regret, not teaming up with him or somebody similar at the time and shorting the F out of all these patterns. I mean, I do remember, I do taking that information and saying, hey, we should be, talking about selling, shorting housing and bank stocks. I remember that to a Q. And Greg, I don't know if you remember, you know, I we were trading together, but I don't remember the details, I gotta be honest. But I love using a fundamental story to help me push the throttle on the technicals. That I love. So if McGraw's, let's XYZ, I don't give a shit what it is. Let's take XYZ. If McGraw gives me a list of fundamental reasons and says this stock is going to go higher for these 6 reasons, and I look at this chart, thank you, McGraw. It's a 1, 2, 3 bullish weekly, monthly. I'm all in. I like it. Because it's just a tailwind of a benefit. Now, that doesn't mean I won't trade a stock that has shit ass fundamentals because we're traders. I'm just saying that that's a positive. And I just made up this stock on total coincidence. So now I'm gonna put it in my watch list because that's a good that's a good put spread. Look at that 15-minute chart. Look at that. How FT? How would you describe this 15-minute chart? My upper left. Just describe it in words. There's no right answer because you don't have a mic, is all. Anybody. Look at that friggin' 15-minute chart. All right, I guess y'all are too busy. What's a coma, Greg?
That chart, it's in a coma.
What
Flatlining.
is?
Flatlining.
Who?
The one you asked about, the 15-minute chart.
Oh, I know, but I was talking about all of this. I was talking about, I know, I was talking about census igniting gap and a 1, 2, 3 and this friggin' amazing friggin' rally, a third retracement and going sideways. So my point was that's bullish freaking consolidation after this move from 77 and change. Yeah, so I didn't limit it to right now. I meant, the whole thing. And look at the weekly, look at the monthly, it looks higher, looks higher. It's bullish. Alex, what's the cousin? It's not eBay. What's the cousin? I forget. eBay. Hey, eBay is a put spread over today's high though. PayPal. Yeah. PayPal. That's what I thought. Look at wow, PayPal's a buyout, right? But daily, weekly, monthly are higher. Right. That's why I'm not gonna mess with them. FinZ. FinZ. Why am I not FinZ? Why am I not getting data? I know that's a real symbol, so why am I not getting data? FinZ. I'm not getting data on either computer. Ah, FinX, that's why. Yeah. It's already on the list. Already on the list. Yeah, Greg, I'm gonna put that in a weekend letter. Daily, weekly, monthly look fantastic. In fact, if you want to do a third lot right now, this is the pullback of the 1, 2, 3. I like it. I'm gonna click puts myself. Then it's 72E 28. Oh, 26. 26 is our 0 by 40 cents. So if you will know. No, but Alex is fan freaking tastic. Daily, weekly, monthly, 15 are all in alignment. FT, do you agree with that statement? I love when
No worries, Alex. Before you leave, we'll be putting Sam on to review everything, just so you can remember.
no, this is Alex's love talk. So don't nobody take it negative. This is his love talk with Sam.
Exactly, Sam. And we'll email him the recording on a daily basis. Maybe we'll break it up into like 10-minute increments. I know you didn't misspell that. Be surprised to see these S&Ps drop into the close. They couldn't go up. I'm amazed that it held up as long as it has with those interest rates going up. Okay, so what does that mean? I said I wouldn't be surprised to see it go down. You said you would not be surprised. Are you agreeing with me? I guess so.
UMP don't look as hot. Yeah, they got transport through. Man, what's the ETF for railroads, by the way? Yeah. Man, you're good. I like you. You know, I don't like to publicly compliment you because of your friggin' ego. But you're really good. And ETFs and cousins and stocks, and you're pretty good at that. I mean, I know you learned it from Sam, but I'm still giving you the credit. Now, what do you want to do with this? Well, I wouldn't say nothing. I wouldn't say nothing. I would say shorten it loose. So I'm gonna put it on my list.
I'd be concerned if they started another squeeze on that thing.
Yeah. Why you gotta step on? So, yeah,
Good night.
I heard Sam growl. Look at Q's going out at the high here. 7 minutes to go. Not at the high, I take that back. But breaking out on the 5 and 15. With diamonds the weakest. IWM's the new high.
Well, they make drones, FT? Hmm.
Hey, Alex, your pinga, your pinga up alarm. I like it. I like it for Monday, big old void. See you soon. Man, this memory mentioned this thing, TRGP this morning. And I was waiting, my alarm went off this morning and I'm like, oh, I'd like to see it close row, but now it went too much. AFT, no, we didn't do anything with EMAT, FT. No, we did nothing with AMAT last night or today. I was looking at LRCX 30-minute high, but it never triggered. All right, y'all have a great weekend. I'll be on the laptop here. Any questions? Email us with questions or trade.
Good night, everyone.